Buenas, buenas. Vamos a arrullarlos un rato con disco Elysium. Ay, güey, ando bien pinche cansado. Mal día para hacer stream. Pero pues ya comenzamos el juego. Ahora lo terminamos. Bueno, lo acabamos ya. Ya comenzamos el PDF. Ahora lo acabamos de leer. Me acabo de enterar que sí hay audio para todos los diálogos. Lo voy a activar. A ver si no se hace todavía más pesado de. Es que esto no se juega, esto se lee. Esto no. Esto es un PDF extremadamente sofisticado. Y estamos interrogando a
Was there
Don
anything else?
francés.
Of course.
Terminator, oye, estás tú siempre presente, siempre en mi mente. Wow, wow. ¿Cómo estás, DT? Yo aquí siguiéndole al disco Elysium porque en la tarde, en aproximadamente 4 horas, abre stream Lady. Entonces voy a aprovechar antes de que ella abra stream para jugar y al rato, ya que ella abra su stream, ya dejo su stream y yo me pongo a hacer cosas aquí en la casa. Muy bien, ¿y a ti? Bien también, DT, bien, bien. Justo llegando de la calle hace como 20 minutos. Voy llegando, voy aterrizando. Andaba haciendo unas compras para el fin de semana. Pero todo tranqui, todo bien. Con mi pinche bolsita de basura para todos lados. No valgo madre. Esa morrilla, ¿dónde están los papás de esa niña? ¿Dónde están? ¿Qué andas haciendo, DT? ¿Andas jugando algo? ¿Estás ahí en tu casa, acostado, sentado? ¿Comiste? ¿Ya comiste? Si comiste, ¿qué comiste? Yo fui a almorzar como a las 11 de la mañana de aquí de la hora de México. Unos tacos a un mercado que se pone aquí por la casa que están bien ricos. Son de tortilla de maíz y diferentes guisados. Están muy buenos, la verdad.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got...
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Can I help you?
Vamos a
The bed is
dormirnos.
still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Ok, ahora en vez de tener un libro, tengo un
The bed
audiolibro.
is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Sí, Negona. Entonces, esto es de paciencia, no es como el de Echo, que se aventó el Joker, se quiso aventar el Joker. Aquí es de llevármela relax.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
¿Cómo andas, Nego? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cuándo subes video otra vez? ¿O ya estás trabajando en alguno? Creo que no. Bueno, la última vez que revisé tu canal directamente no tenías video todavía.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? How many promises have you kept lately, Sir Harry? To the great see-through world.
Thou art honorable and just, sire. 'Tis the snakes who are vile, hissing in the grass.
Ofidios, ¿qué chingados es un ofidio? Ah, es una serpiente. Pónganle serpiente porque usan una palabra tan pinche rara.
Women. It's the women. Look out for the women. They're oath breakers.
Mujeres son las mujeres. Cuidado con las mujeres. Buen consejo ahí, buen consejo. Tómenlo, muchachos.
Come now. Humans have earned your trust, and you theirs.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Sí, en sexy.
Yes? Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very one you should be ashamed of. It's
Yes? Yes?
What if you did it? Yes, you killed him. And then, as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. It wasn't that you were horrified. You were just surprised by your own daring. Forgetting was merely a matter of convenience. Very clever. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing, and you can't even bring yourself to acknowledge it. Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
And what has led you to this conclusion? Thus far, your memory loss does not seem to be convenient for you or anyone else, except insofar as you've managed to avoid doing any work. Besides, I doubt you could have taken down a hardened mercenary single-handedly.
See? You're clearly not a man in your prime anymore.
Send it to Prime.
Don't take it personally. It's just that security guards kept on by large corporations tend to be better trained and better armed than officers of the RCM. I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when the investigation is dragging. So let's get back to it, shall we?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just contacty status. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised.
It's like you said, Al. Copper's coming up with this on the spot. There is no witness.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
Damn, they wormed their way out of it somehow. Try something else if you can.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there. That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some made-up horse shit.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky, it's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Great witness.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses. Witness is a scary word.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
Yeah, lawman.
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge, raises hairs in the room. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. While the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve, there's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the fuck out of our booth. About fucking time.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints. What are you talking about? Guns are the only thing you have. Waving them around old ladies' faces, trying to gun down kids.
Kali said they've been trying to set up a mass execution. Bulk purchasing guns, ammunition too.
I can believe that. Carly works in a gun shop, you see.
There's no mass execution, officer. Just ask questions and don't get sidetracked.
Please don't set up a mass execution. You'll never be able to pull it off. The logistics alone are insane. Just ask questions. Be an...
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all. What brings you here?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not? He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return. To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. Bet he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. Hmm? What about me, gendarme? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Is it now? Well, enjoy it. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Soy todo un coqueto.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Wow, you seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you.
I'm not getting involved in this.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? That's exactly right. Down to a fraction. I don't even know what to say to that. What is your goddamn station? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? I'm sure he's fucking flattered, but Kim is not part of the thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent.
No, because in this thought experiment, we're all police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Neither can I, partner. Neither can I. About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? I don't know. A sad stack of shit next to someone far more proficient.
Who does this asshole think he is? A cop?
No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Or we could go back to doing our jobs. This was stupid. Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? The sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home. What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic. God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
God damn it, you leave her.
Can I actually...
Yes, of course.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two, is making her uncomfortable.
Ah, llegó Sammy. Hola, amigo Dev. Hola, Sammy, ¿cómo te va?
Hello, dear.
No, con esta señora ya hablé de chingos. Tengo que ir a cerrar este pedo. Acompañándote en esta gran empresa de disco Elysium, dice Sammy. A ver cómo me va, Sammy. Necesito jugarlo mucho y muy seguido porque si no si lo juego bueno, lo voy a estar jugando cada semana, pero se me olvida lo que estaba haciendo. Digo, ahorita lo que estoy intentando, según yo, es tratar de resolver o de completar las tareas que aparentemente me ayuden a avanzar en la historia. Pero igual como quiera de repente me atoro. Pinche madre, no puedo pasar por aquí. ¿Tú lo terminaste, Sammy, este juego? O ni siquiera me gusta decirle juego, es más como una historia. Ah, chinga, raza nueva. Estos güeyes no estaban antes. Bueno, vamos a a moverle este pedo.
A rusting control panel with loose wire. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Ya vamos a poder pasar para el otro lado, aunque no me acuerdo qué tenía que ir a hacer al otro lado. Dice, ¿cuál otro juego tienes en fila para jugar? Bueno, tengo por ahí un RPG de pixel art que es de como tipo de terror, que lo quiero empezar a jugar en octubre. No sé si el Resident Evil, el de GameCube, el primero también para en octubre. Y sería también, bueno, tengo por ahí varios plataformeros también, indies. Pero así para jugar sábados y domingos, no sé si entrarle al Resident, al, al pixel art ese de RPG, que ese no creo que me dure muchas horas. Yo creo que en 2 fines sale. Y por ahí andaba otro indie un juego de terror, pero no me acuerdo ni el nombre. ¿Cómo se llamaba? No, ahorita no me acuerdo el nombre. Uno era muy parecido al Resident. Digo, sí, es muy parecido al Resident Evil. Pero no recuerdo ahorita el nombre. De hecho vino, me acuerdo, o sea, me acuerdo porque en algún stream pasó uno de los desarrolladores del juego y nos invitó a jugarlo. Pero ahorita no me puedo. Tormented Souls se llama, ya me acordé. Tormented Souls. Ese no lo tengo, pero no está caro. De hecho, está ahorita en 45 pesos mexicanos. Está bastante barato. Vale, vale menos, menos que 2 Coca-Colas de 2 litros. Y ese es muy parecido a Resident. Se mira. Ese estaría bien. Y parece que no es tan largo de jugar. Estoy entre ese, Tormented Souls, el Resident de GameCube, el remake del Resident 1 y un pixel art que es también como de terror. Pero sí, después de este yo creo que sí lo termino para antes de que se acabe septiembre. Y quiero entrar, empezando
Okay,
octubre,
if
quiero
we ever
entrar.
need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Mira, ahí te puse el de Tormented Souls, ahí lo puse en. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Y dónde está? Es que para encontrar ahorita el otro. Bueno, el indie RPG de terror te lo debo porque ahorita no recuerdo el nombre. Nada más lo he estado revisando ahí, pero no lo tengo muy presente. Igual. Ya lo encontré. Creo que es este. No, este no era. Ahorita te lo debo, ese RPG es un pixel art de, con un poco de terror. Bueno, se supone que de terror o de horror, así medio gore. Pero no, ahorita, es que, sabes que a lo mejor no lo he comprado por eso. Pudiera ser que no lo haya comprado todavía. Aunque según yo ya lo tenía comprado. Mm, De una vez voy a agregar al carrito Tormented Souls ahorita que está en oferta para comprarlo de una vez. Bueno, ahorita que acabe el stream lo compro. No había visto que estaba en oferta. Aquí está, Evil Tonight. Este es el que quería. ¿Dónde está el link? Comprar, compartir. Aquí está. Este es el indie pixel art de horror, terror. Evil Tonight se llama. Ahora no recuerdo a qué tenía que venir a este lado del charco, pero pues vamos a picarle todo.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comfortable.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the mystery.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
You really don't have to. Besides, he won't understand you anyway.
Abigail. Oh, Abigail.
The dozing man mumbles something inaudible.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Hi, by amphetamine I mean speed. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Here you go, friend.
That is unhygienic and dangerous, and it does not endear you to me. Just wanted to make that clear, okay?
Unhygienic. This stuff is very hygienic. Anything else? Bottoms up, Captain. My kind of guy. Here you go, friend. In the civilized...
Hey, tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding? That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies. We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't call! Don't call!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember? I don't think you're ready for that grade of reality yet. It'd be ill-advised for me to tell you. You gotta go do the intro yourself. Come back when you've been to the motor carriage. Tequila.
He points toward the waterline with his bottle.
Didn't I already say? I don't want to be the one who breaks it to you. You have to get...
And also scary to tell you.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here. Yes?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet, no sound, no movement. "10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The morning sun rises beyond the horizon, radiating the first light of the day. The order was carried out at dawn. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away.
Go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guy.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is a...
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of us.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure? Ah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881. Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going. Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree, despite not knowing what it was themselves. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What? By woman, you mean my wife, I assume? I will return to her. I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Pues no sé si jugar algo retro o algo indie. No, anoche me quedé dormido escuchando el podcast de Conrad y de Joker. Bueno, es el podcast de Retro Guerrillero. Retro Guerrillero, Retro Militar Retro, ¿cómo es? Siempre le cambio el nombre. Pero sí, yo creo que si Joker no abre stream, yo abro stream de algo retro en la noche. Pero no sé de qué. No le he dado un pensamiento bien de qué haría stream. O sea, quiero algo de PC Engine, la verdad, pero no sé cuál. No sé si un shooter mob o un plataformas o algo menos conocido de la consola. Digo, ya la mayoría de los juegos son conocidos, pero estaba queriendo jugar el Bonk's Adventure, pero no estoy seguro. La verdad no me he decidido. Sí quisiera jugar otra cosa para desafanarme un poquito de Disco Elysium. Creo que Lady abre stream como en 3 horas. Abriendo ella el stream, yo cierro el mío para poner el de ella de fondo y me pongo a hacer unas cosas aquí en la casa. Y ya que acabe su stream, a lo mejor abro yo otra vez si Joker no abre. Creo que Joker iba a jugar Tiny Toons de Sega. No sé si alcanzaste a ver tú la encuesta ayer que hizo. Pero iba a jugar Tiny Toons, pero no sé si lo va a jugar hoy. Esa es la única duda que me queda. No sé si ha dicho algo ahí en el Discord. Te quedó perro el video. Ya lo vi en la mañana que me levanté. Es que le puse ahí 7 de la mañana, te vas levantando y Red subió video. No era pedo, sí me desperté como a las 6 y vi el video como a las 7. Yo voté por Jim. ¿Cuál iba ganando? Pues se quedó reñido entre el Shinobi. Fíjate, yo podría jugar el Shinobi. Podría darle un cáliz al Shinobi de Sega. También le traigo ganas al Shinobi 3. Bueno, no sé si irme en orden mejor o jugar de una vez el 3. Necesito volver a ver tu video. Digo, entendí el mensaje completamente. Y no sé si como que batallaste para rellenar los 10 minutos, ¿no? O sea, bueno, sentí como que le tuviste que meter ahí un poquito de contenido que a lo mejor no era tan relacionado al video. pero como quiera, sí le llegaste casi a los 10 minutos exactos. Estuvo bien porque eso es más o menos lo que piden, lo que según se dicen que deben de durar los videos de YouTube, 10 minutos. Pero yo creo que lo que más me gustó fue la narración, güey. Sí te mamaste. Con la narración, sí, la narración, o sea, sí tienes voz de narrador, güey, de videos. De, ¿cómo se dice? De, no es narrador la palabra. Ay, ¿cuál es la otra palabra? No, como tipo cuentacuentos, pero no es cuentacuentos tampoco. Ay, ¿cómo se llama? ¿Cómo es la palabra? No sé, así, o sea, sí te salió chida la voz, el tono de la voz y el ritmo y todo así como que para contar historias, güey. Más bien es, más que no recuerdo cuál es la palabra. A ver, sinónimos de narrador, sinónimos de narrador. De cronista, güey. Sí das la voz de como de cronista. Y si realmente nunca hice el video en base al tiempo, más bien a la hora de editar el guión sí sentí que algunas cosas las debí resumir. Pues digo, a lo mejor fue casualidad, pero bueno, si te fijas, y yo siempre he escuchado que los videos de YouTube, pues, lo recomendable es que duren 10 minutos. Mira, ahorita está Carlos Genesis, está jugando al Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, ahí por si le quieres caer también red con él. Yo no supe que había abierto stream, si no hubiera caído, hubiera ido con él en vez de abrir yo el mío. Aunque bueno, yo sí quería darle de perdida unas 4 horas al disco Elysium.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Ya iré mejorando. Ahorita me quedo aquí, amigo. Está bien, Red. ¿Y qué onda? ¿Vuelves a hacer stream mientras piensas en otra idea de video o ya traes otra idea que estás maquilando?
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. No, very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
Ya tengo varias ideas, de momento ya no haré streams hasta que crezca mi comunidad. Me enfocaré en los videos normales, por eso les decía que de momento no quería incluir el podcast en mi canal. Ah, pues está bien, digo.
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Digo, si esa es tu, ¿cómo se dice? Si esa es tu metodología, está bien. Digo, yo hago stream porque quiero jugar y es una buena excusa para jugar, hacer stream, la verdad, para mí. Es como un círculo que se retroalimenta. Juego para hacer stream y streameo para jugar. Y está chido porque así pues me animo a probar juegos y me siento a jugar y juego y los disfruto, me divierto o me entretengo. Bueno, menos con Disco Elysium. Bueno, que Disco Elysium tengo que agarrar. Es que Disco Elysium yo me lo quiero acabar o sea, quiero ir avanzando como si fuera un pinche Mega Man X y pues así no se puede. Necesito llevármela tranqui, abrir stream después de comer y darle 3 o 4 horas mínimo. De hecho, necesito darle seguido porque si dejo de streamear una semana ya me di cuenta que se me empieza a olvidar todo el pedo.
Two are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere.
Ahorita ya me desvié totalmente de la historia principal del juego y le voy a ayudar a este señor a encontrar un pinche eslabón perdido. Bueno, es un insecto, pero es lo mismo.
We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. In fact, it is 0.05%. Ever more magnificent, should our search contribute to making that number 0.075%. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid. Although I have come close.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull. They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees. They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic. Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting. Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose. Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance. Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will. Just like an ordinary ardent moose. You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more. Sightings in Vasa, reaching back 4 centuries. But, of course, nothing satiates the skepticism of.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
Understood, Lieutenant. That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco North. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskil desert region has been embroiled in a small civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently, while they once used to be constant. By all means.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Amarillo, le dijo. Se mamó.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Dark times will do that to good men. My mug? Why would you think that? Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you? Okay, I deserve that. And I won't do it again. You have my word. I don't know what got into me. Stuffing my garbage in another man's property, I've been having trouble at work lately. The Koikos are price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez. So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles, the smell of decay.
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Always a pleasure to see. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did, and I didn't want you to know.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Seolite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when... Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you, but...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton. This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live.
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
In my home. Yes. When I was going to... How did you know? Is this about the Union? Did the big man open the door? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of... You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West. I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here. Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then. It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but what not a lot of books mention is that it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which, interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which... But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying...
Sí.
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway. Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electric. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Como que para el Joker. Es que ya no entendí de qué es, de qué es el dibujo que vas a hacer, Red. Me perdí. No sé, pues que me preguntaste que con qué programa dibujaba y ya no, o sea, ya no supe de qué estabas hablando
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Una ilustración para traer. Ah, o sea, específicamente una ilustración específicamente para tu Twitter. Bueno, lo que pudieras hacer también es. Pues, a mí se me hace que está más difícil dibujar con mouse. Pero lo que pudieras hacer es dibujar en lápiz, güey. O con pluma. O dibujar en lápiz y luego pasar. Y tomarle una foto con el celular. Y luego ya nada más, o sea, por encima con el mouse. O sea, ya dibujarlo digital. Y a lo mejor es doble chamba, pero. O sea, pues es más fácil dibujar a lápiz, ¿no? Que a puro mouse, creo yo. Lo dibujas en una hoja en blanco y lo pasas a digital con la cámara del celular, pues, se pasa bien, le tomas una foto al dibujo y con eso ya tienes una referencia para dibujar con el mouse más fácil, creo yo. Lo pones como, o sea, lo pones como que o sea, lo pones como que de fondo en una capa el dibujo, de la foto del dibujo, y en otra capa ya dibujas con el mouse arriba de la foto del dibujo para que no tengas que editar que se vean bien los blancos y todo eso de la foto, sino que ya nada más te quede el puro dibujo hecho con el mouse. Tremendo Joker se hace presente. Hola Joker, ¿cómo estás?
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
Ya nada más venden cartuchos de tinta magnética igual que Compaq. Ya no hizo computadoras, ya más puras impresoras.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Entonces sí son totalmente una referencia a Compaq. Sí creo que sí fue Compaq los que desarrollaron la competencia de la computadora personal cuando IBM dominaba el mercado.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers... Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people.
The Womty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Womty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld Playback Experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
But of course, what else? Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Un montón de nada.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre?
Say you're not Pierre. That seems like a better idea.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice is different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you, to your relief. Calling. Still call someone.
Hello, Gerard speaking. What are you, like 5? Thanks for calling, asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Calling. 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 Still calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys. Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
Disconnect tone. Calling. Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
There is nothing.
The man. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Just silence. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and feel your finger move on. Followed. Still. Time keeps passing. What were you trying to achieve by closing your eyes? His own heart. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already carrying around enough as it is.
Nos faltan 7 reales para completar la noche de hotel. Bueno, 6.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't be naive. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Now, this makes partying look bad. Still, don't let it sway you. You're responsible. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah. No.
A tragedy.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine or 1.5 of spirits. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, there's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Rubowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
We do know that he was married. But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
A sequence killer? There's nothing that connects those 2 bodies. This is a completely different case, an accident. It's possible, but let's take it step by step. We still haven't identified the man. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually... Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward... From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
There's some tear, an empty... There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed. The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 8.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by. Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. You look around. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned. The waters turn black. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from below the old mines. L'Océan Municipal, where the Philippian kings were interred. Children under 14, they go underground. Few pt4 return from the shafts. Even all around her, white snow on the extinguished. The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Someone is scraping snow. Like all monuments, it's also a fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistic.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. Nothing happens, only the sound.
I don't think that's going to work.
High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush, cold and wet from the ocean bay. It parts around.
There is a hole in my heart.
The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were quiet enough. This cheap-looking padlock it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional to say. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist. You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, there's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila! Looks very modern.
If you really think we should get in there, we need to find some other way. Yes, the pulsing base. An indication of junior delinquency.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been...
It's military. A service depot of some sort. Probably something that is no longer there.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal. The wind picks up here, near the cape. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
This is the trap, the reeds, but it's good the later it gets. This trap is also full of panicked locusts.
Another empty trap. Yep, the next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize.
The reeds, it's good the later it gets.
Ahorita en el chat de Discord puse la ilustración, bueno, el avance, lo que llevo. Ah, ahorita le echo un ojo, Red. Ahorita le echo un ojo. Un ratito más.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
El morbo vende. Ah, caray. Ya me la vendiste a mí. Ahora quiero saber inmediatamente de qué trata esa imagen. A ver. Ah, ya vi. Ok. Está embarazada. Ah, andas fuerte, Red. Andas fuerte, andas con todo. Pues pudiera ser, digo, no es mala idea. Yo estaba pensando, pero todavía no lo hago. En vez de ponerme yo en la cámara, poner a los gatitos que salvé. Que salvé como si yo los hubiera mantenido vivos. A ver si... Deja ver si está la cámara conectada. Se me hace que si pongo un stream en vivo de los gatitos, se me hace que le van a dar más likes que a mis gameplays. Y a ver si no muere el OBS. Se llama Mapa, te presento a Mapa Red. Y los gatitos todavía no tienen nombre. No sé si se los voy a poner yo o se van a ir en adopción. Pero ahí están. Digo, ni siquiera sé si me voy a quedar con la mamá, la verdad. No soy de mascotas. Pero a Mapa la encontré abajo de un carro, panzona ya. Y la traje a la casa y como a los 2 días o a los 3 días de que la traje a la casa aventó a los bebés ya. A la grande le puse Mapa. Lo que sí me falta es una luz porque no se miran muy bien. Están bonitos, dice. Sí, pues son... Es que los gatos chiquitos siempre dan ternura. Por eso todo el mundo los quiere adoptar. Pero ya nada más crecen y ya nadie los quiere. Y la gata es bien amable, es bien sociable, bien cariñosa. Cuando yo la vi abajo del carro, yo siempre llevo comida para animales en la mochila. Siempre llevo tantitas croquetas de perro y de gato. Y a veces llevo sobrecitos de comida húmeda también. O sea, siempre que me encuentro un gato o un perro le doy comida. Y a ella le di comida y me empezó a seguir, Nada, pues dije, ajá, me la llevo a la casa, que acá está abajo de un carro. Dije, no creo que sea de nadie. Y aparte, como estaba panzona, dije, no creo que sea de nadie. Y si fuera de alguien y así panzona, no la dejaran andar afuera. Ay, me la traje a la casa, chingue su madre. Me la robé de la calle. Dijo una amiga, gata sin correa es de quien la vea. Y como a los 3 días que la traje, tuvo a los gatillos. Ándale, los dejo ahí de bait. Y 1000 suscriptores y le pones nombre a un gato. La primera donación, 500 pesos y le pones nombre a un gato.
Oh, hello there.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Tuve una novia que igual en su cochera siempre llevaba croquetas. En su coche siempre llevaba croquetas para alimentar a los callejeros. Sí, yo de repente casi siempre cargo una bolsita, aunque sea una bolsita con poquitas croquetas. No soy muy fan de los animales, la verdad, pero no, aunque no me gustan mucho, o sea, tampoco me gusta que anden así en la calle todos madreados. No sé. De hecho, yo soy alérgico a los gatos. Pero en las vacaciones, cuando estaba aquí mi hijo, llegó otro gato que llegó todo aporreado. Llegó al patio de mi casa. Y pensé que se iba a ir. Dije, no, pues lo escuché un día que se andaba peleando y después me lo encontré en el patio de la casa. Y no se fue de ahí del patio. Se quedó todo un día ahí. Pues ya lo tuve que sacar por enfrente, por dentro de la casa. Pero como le di de comer, empezó, o sea, siguió regresando aquí a la casa y nomás lo escuché que se peleaba, harto lo escuchaba que se peleaba afuera. Porque como no era de aquí de la colonia ese gato, no sé de dónde llegó, se peleaba con todos los gatos. Pero como le di de comer, ya empezó a venir aquí a la casa más seguido. A ese le pusimos, bueno, mi hijo le puso chilaquil. Es un gato blanco, grandote. Está más grande que esta gatita. Esta le puse mapa yo. Le tuve que poner nombre porque la vinieron a vacunar de las campañas de gobierno esas que hacen vacunación. Y la saqué para que le pusieran la vacuna. ¿Cómo se llama? Mapa, chingue su madre. Le iba a poner vaca, pero dije, no, ya sería muy mamón. Le puse mapa. Tío, y ese chilaquil de repente también lo tengo aquí en la casa, pero al chilaquil no le gusta quedarse encerrado. Ya le puse ahí un cajón con arena y todo, y pues ahí tiene croquetas y todo el pedo. Pero no, ese güey dura un día encerrado y se quiere salir de la casa. Pues ya le abro la puerta y que se vaya. Ayer llegó madreado de la pata, ayer o antier llegó madreado de la patilla, como que le pegaron o como que lo golpeó un carro, yo creo. ¿Quién sabe?
¿Ah?
Yo soy más de perritos. A mí me gustan más los perros, pero la verdad, un perro es mucho más... necesita más cuidados un perro que un gato. Al gato le abres la puerta y se va solo a dar la vuelta. Y el perro no, el perro te tienes que salir con él a huevo. Chilaquil nada más llega a comer. El chilaquil llega, se echa una siesta como de unas 6 horas, se queda dormido. A veces se duerme ahí conmigo en la cama, o a veces se duerme en un lado de la cama. Y se la pasa todo el día dormido. No sé, por decir, el antier llegó como a las 8 o 9 de la noche. Lo vi aquí afuera de la casa. Y se fue y estuvo dormido desde que llegó casi hasta el día siguiente, hasta como a las 8 de la mañana, se quedó dormido, 9 de la mañana. Y luego aquí estuvo todo el día en la casa, andaba de pendejo, bueno, más bien andaba de curioso, y quiso, como que andaba de curioso con los gatos chiquitos. Y Mapa le puso una putiza, porque es bien pinche protectora. Pues las gatas y los perros son bien protectoras de sus cachorros. Bueno, cuando son buenas mamás. A mí no me la hace de pedo, yo puedo ir y agarrar un cachorrito y no me hace nada, la gata no me la hace de pedo. Pero aquel güey se acercó y donde apenas lo quiso oler a un gatillo, o sea, esta se salió de la pinche caja como Wolverine aventando el pinche combo. Y me lo mandó correteando hasta atrás de un sillón. Pobre Chilaquil. Chilaquil es bien buena onda, también es bien tranquilo. Y está bien chingonote, el güey está casi del doble del tamaño que la gata. Pero no, esta le puso una chinga. Pobrecillo. Ya después lo fui y lo agarré yo para cruzarlo, porque como que tenía miedo de volver a pasar por enfrente de donde estaba la gata. Y ya se quedó dormido todo el rato, y ya ambas noches ya se quiso salir, se fue.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
No, pero ese pinche chilaquil viene cuando le da su gana. Viene como cada 3 días. Yo no quería que se fuera ahora porque andaba con la pata cucha, que no podía no puede ni correr, a ver si no lo atropellan al güey. Pero estaba chingue ahí en la puerta, que se quería salir, chingue. No, dije, no, pues ya te voy a dejar salir, hombre. Aparte, como yo me iba a salir a la calle también, no lo quería dejar encerrado aquí nada más con la gata, porque se me hace que también lo madreaba otra vez. O se agarraban a madrazos en lo que yo no estaba. Bueno, lo pude haber dejado encerrado también en otro cuarto. Pero nada, como estaba chingue que se quería salir, estaba chingue ahí en la puerta. Dije, nada, pues ya lárgate, hombre. Al rato que vengas a ver si no te atropellan. Pero ahí al rato ahí viene con su pinche pata cucha que no puede ni correr.
Your pulse rises.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else.
Ah, chingas, morra, pensé que era un morrillo.
My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that.
Tremendo chilaquil. Sí, ese pinche chilaquil es un caso. Me cae con madre porque ese güey está todo el día dormido, no pone nada de gorro. Pinche chilaquil, bien chill. Mapa suena bien el nombre. Sí, Mapa me gustó el nombre. Le iba a poner vaca porque pues es blanca con negro. Y aparte cuando llegó todo panzona se miraba bien gorda. Pero como también tiene así figurillas como de un mapa, pues dije, le voy a poner Mapa. Nunca había escuchado una gata que se llame Mapa. Dije, le voy a poner Mapa. Digo, igual, pinches gatos les vale verga como les hables. Creo yo. Según yo, no sé si hagan caso a nombres, la verdad, como los perritos. Los perritos en ese sentido son más nobles, ¿no? Los gatos a los gatos les vales madre. Bueno, no les vales madre, los gatos te ven como otro gato, más bien.
Why? Okay, it's Burger. This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
¿Qué anda haciendo esta hackercilla?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air,
The book said it only picks up structure-born sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck. Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person. Yes? Same place I got the recorder from. Sure. Same place I got the recorder from. The Sure. Same place I got the... Oh man. It's a music club and a... Yeah, there might be some. I don't think they look down on the homosexual underground there. The Palaceum's not that kind of place. It's cool. Oh. Well, good for you. Oh yeah. I guess even with your modern take on sex, I don't know what that means. Is that some kind of term for the homosexual underground?
Estoy en onda, morra, yo todavía estoy en onda.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
Se me bajó la moral donde me sentí viejo, como en la vida real.
Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the old headphones?
My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high. She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
Take this, your call.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Thanks. That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys. They're inside, in the tent. Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
No. Not really, no. It's Noids. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking matinees. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell you.
Should you? Weirdos. Sounds bad somehow.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right? Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? You know, anodic, cathodic,
Tarea
music that's made
secreta.
with electronic instruments.
He completado 2 tareas secretas nomás por andar preguntando pendejadas.
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that. Go ahead.
8% de empatía. No lo voy a armar ni de pedo.
Okay. Bye.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this. I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Oh, traen todo el party estos güeyes.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Honest for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her. Good, good. Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of Marcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended. Dopeheads!
Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The road!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are.
Yes, yes, and the worst part is, they're also spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchange giddy looks.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Quiero acción, Dev, dice el Joker. ¿Acción de qué tipo, Joker? Tú dime y nos metemos bajo las sábanas. Chicos, estamos acá con Joker, acá en el servidor por llamada. ¿Se unen? Pregunta el Nego. ¿Qué andan haciendo, Joker? ¿Vas a abrir stream? ¿Vas a abrir stream, Joker, o nada más están cotorreando ahí en el Discord? Mapa, vente. Ve a cuidar a tus bebés, güey. Me los voy a robar, a ver, chingada. Ah, ¿qué traes aquí? Es un grano aquí, ¿qué traes? Ah, me falta darte la pastilla.
Exactly. That's exactly what we thought.
Están coitorreando.
The cage of the rage, rough blaze.
Si están ahí en una hora más, yo ahorita me uno. Yo estoy esperando que comience el stream de Lady para acabar el mío, para ir a verlo un rato. Y más noche a ver qué juego. Ahora sí voy a abrir stream en la noche. Nada me va a detener. Nada más necesito no irme a acostar.
Egg means the situation is monitored. It's relatively safe. No one has died yet.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Yes, there's also the machinery. When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up.
No, ahí deja,
There are all
mapa.
these strange machines lying around in there.
Compré un pollito frito y la mapa ya lo olió, ya se lo quiere chingar. Ahí tienes un chingo de croquetas. No mames. Ah, ya sé, te voy a dar un sobrecito. Atiende a tus hijos.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kind of it. You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look behind it.
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on, and jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Sí, se puso bien turbio.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff. We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more. Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Andan bien pachecos estos güeyes.
Non-human means a predator.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Crab man! Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
Mapa. ¿Qué? ¡Ay, deja! ¡Ay, deja! ¡Ay, deja! ¡Ay, deja! ¡Ay, deja! Pinche mapa. No empieces, no empieces. Me voy a dar un pedacito nada más, un pedacito te voy a dar. Ten, ten. Pinche mapa. Estuvo a nada de hacerme el carne con el pollo. Estoy viendo, pinche mapa. Estuve a nada de quedarme sin cena.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Únete a la llamada, dice el Nego. Sí quisiera, Nego, pero si me uno a la llamada va a valer verga. Ya no voy a escuchar ni madres del juego. Y sí necesito, la verdad sí necesito darle toda mi atención a lo que estoy leyendo. Pero yo, digo, yo en 30 minutos más termino como quiera. Mira, pinche mapa, se está chupando las garras donde alcanzó a agarrar el pollo. Bueno, lo tumbó de la mesa, pero creo que no lo alcanzó a agarrar. Como que me vale madre, como que me lo voy a comer.
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
Why not? Let's go with that.
I'm 70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you. Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no? You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericanassian church is about love.
Ese güey.
Music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters. Feels good.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going, you've got it in you.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station. The what now? Oh, the old Ultra. We,
Andan bien pachecos.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe. Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved. Okay, so the Speed Freaks want to start a club for dance music. That much checks out. Youths like music. You feel as though you might indeed. So one of them came upon the abandoned church. They want to turn it into a club for dance music, but agents of narcomania have overrun it. You shudder to think of all the narco they must have already consumed in there. Narco is bad. Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. So cool. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Money, Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
So, how are things going? As always.
A young man with peroxide.
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Here comes the night!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man with...
This is hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibberdy, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Lloyd. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading. A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me? Oh wow! Right on your cop ledger. You like it? It is cool, but it's also more than that. Much more.
Noid is a bit disappointed. It's just cool.
The dead guy's smiling. He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its depths. The present moment and life Oh, the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it. He blinks, waiting for the next question.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the beat. But what for? Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. I'll see what I can do. Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it though. Most of it doesn't exist, but there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist, because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment. I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign synchronicity would be by getting us into the church. Nah. You heard me.
Yes?
The shaggy here.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you. Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly. I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't believe me either. I'm surprised Noid did.
More than twice your height, the lock turns easily.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air in the heart of the city. A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Rhine Civic. This is the Rhine Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Fell mainframe and a Rhine-compatible interim printer. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you.
Good afternoon. First-class accident on Sandbrun. This is the East Insulindian Computer Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
No. Still no. Received. I will register this login attempt. First class accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye, first class accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons. Nothing happens. The speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Goodbye.
The machine's key... In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs. clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived.
Dale, como Mickey Mouse y Super Mario.
No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Ahí deja, bájate de ahí, bájate de ahí, bájate de ahí, por favor, mapa, bájate. Me descuido tantito y te chingas todo lo de la mesa.
"300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Mawindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir Laclay. Also, that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
What the fuck?
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. But she was not hell. She is the opposite of that. The wind of paradise, stripping away the covers from the hearts of men. There you stand, below her once more, with your hands on your side, momentarily at a loss as what to do with yourself.
Yes, I wasn't sure before, but this must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. It's called the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers. There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps.
The mother of humanism stepped the shards glimmer in the dark. The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. It's unnerving. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. The silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you as in a cocoon. You cannot move anymore. Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. There's nothing. You're dizzy.
Officer, what are you looking at?
I see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The crab man. The man leans forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place. Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Hey, and what was that about? The bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shit.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I could smell the control all the way over here. I was like you once, just dragging my feet to the next bar. Shit was dark, Holmes.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Look at these crazies. What is this shit?
The only thing we need to talk about is how the mother can really help you, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome. Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa.
Ah, la verga, ¿por qué hablo español?
Don't know, Holmes.
Ah, este güey es un pinche. ¿Cómo se dice? Pinche cholo de ahí de San Antonio, de la frontera. Se mamaron con el pinche, con la voz que le pusieron.
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young.
¿Qué vergas estaban pensando? ¿Qué vergas estaban pensando cuando le dieron esa voz?
That's what I said, Holmes.
Holmes.
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, S.A. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Or search through her radio computer.
Too many times, S.A. You need it for something. Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
Afterlife death. Don't sweat it, vato loco.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it.
Never known myself to be a crab, but if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
Crucito.
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Pues sí, güey, qué vergas hace un pinche mexicano en este juego. Bueno, un pinche... ¿Cómo les dicen? Ah, no, no es gabacho, no es mexicano, es un pinche pocho. De la mafia mexicana.
Convenience has got nothing to do with what goes on up there.
There's a profound longing in that gaze, like he wants to be one with whatever is up there, shrouded in darkness.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
I think we're done here, Esther.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Ni yo, Kim. No tengo idea qué vergas estoy haciendo y estoy seguro que no estoy avanzando nada en la trama principal. Pero pues ya que andamos por aquí. De hecho, van a buscar si encontramos dineros tirados.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing the speaker
Good afternoon. Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting. See? Ridden with narcotics. Just like Andre said.
I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fishermen's gossip to scare away the kids. Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business, the one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be her former co-workers.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network. No one asked you to do anything interesting with my radio computer. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
What is it? Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
No. Yes. And I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Ok, no tiene mucho sentido, pero bueno, se las voy a comprar.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing. I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks. Great. You really like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out? You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. The Swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks. What? I hate it. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired work whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Hello again. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Hi again. So, how are things going? And? What happened? Oh man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about it?
These guys will never catch it. You will never catch it. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it?
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist! Coexist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's art. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
The pain of Etonite has barely holding it up. The pain falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work. Good.
Vamos a ver si tengo algo para la sugestión.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. Touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still. Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying,
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks. This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out. The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means. Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. No. She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my rain city. I'm not making this up.
the lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the off-site copy, alright? Thanks. And here's my puzzle multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the off-site copy, then you can keep the puzzle.
This glorious multi-tool makes a regular pry bar completely obsolete.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. They look identical. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on God's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. Bye! Hello, mister. It's Lammy.
Lambie is a stuffed...
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... Yes! Lammy was a resolution. It's Lammy.
Lambie is a stuffed...
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft? It's Lammy.
Lambie is a stuffed...
Yes. Lammy has... Bye!
Welcome to the fishing village.
But how does she know you're here?
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want...
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shop. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and General, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drunks. Nothing. I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then, and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are. Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Lanzado. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr. Why, I guess I will hurry. Aye, it just rolls off the tongue. I used to know a Harry. Strong lad, but dumb as a rock. He did too many narcotics. So many, he fell off his boat and split his skull on a buoy. Folks who saw it say his head cracked open like a melon. Nasty, nasty. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board. She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over... Yes, you do that. Don't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. What are the other ones?
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. It would put me in an early grave.
Is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them I ended up marrying. Gone.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
The lieutenant shakes his head again.
Yeah. By himself. Inadvertently. He never respected the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day he didn't come back. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that... He has a pen and everything. Here you go. I shouldn't have. Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature.
Joao. Hola Joao, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te va?
She's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Buenas noches Joao. Llegaste ya casi ya cuando voy para terminar. Estoy ya a punto, unos 5 o 10 minutos más de terminar el stream. Pero bueno, no sé si alguien más va a abrir stream de la comunidad. Ahorita está Lady Nockstar, está haciendo stream. ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo has estado? ¿Qué andas haciendo, Joao?
Take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and...
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not the perfect solution, but...
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based native rituals.
Alcohol? Connect? I'm not sure I'm following you. That's a good impression. You really cracked me up, officer. Now, how can I help you?
She doesn't even understand. You asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Desafortunadamente estuve enfermo, pero ya estoy mejor. ¿De qué te enfermaste, Joao? ¿Qué te contagiaste de algo? ¿Alguna gripa? Llegué tarde, no. No, de hecho no llegaste tarde, yo empecé muy temprano hoy. De hecho empecé hace casi 5 horas. ¿De qué te enfermaste, Joao? Fíjate que yo he estado tomando zinc después de mis comidas. Y no sé si sea por eso, pero hace rato que no me enfermo. Que no me enfermo así fuerte. En algún lado leí que el zinc ayuda. Pero no estaba, no sé qué tanto ayuda. Pero pues parece que sí. Mira, Joao, déjame te presento. Ahorita que andas aquí, ahorita que viene Red también le mostré. Te presento a Mapa. Se llama Mapa y a sus bebés. Estaba muy enfermo, vomitando. ¡Hala! Pues entonces agarraste alguna infección fea. Ahorita en la parte superior izquierda de tu pantalla debes de poder estar viendo a Mapa, que es una gatita que me encontré en la calle, y a sus bebés. Me la encontré ya embarazada y tuvo a sus bebés, tienen como 3 días apenas.
Oh, Barry. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. Every once in a while we'd get dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. What else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass. Very romantic.
Mines. You need mines.
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one, because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Spiky must have been a naval contact mine.
Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
The worn and beaten wood.
You can revisit the bench if you...
No, yo tengo rato que no me enfermo, ni del estómago ni de la gripa. De la gripa me enfermo una vez al año mínimo. Es de ley que me voy a enfermar una vez al año.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign. Lillian's not the only one who's too thirsty. I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never...
No, yo ando bien, yo de salud ando bien, un poco cansado nada más, no he estado durmiendo bien. Bueno, más bien me he estado levantando muy temprano. Y ando un poco desvelado nada más, pero en general estoy bien.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
Y pues bueno, aquí tratando de terminar este juego que está bastante no está difícil, está más bien enredado un poco. De hecho ni siquiera está tan enredado, pero me distraigo muy fácil con las historias secundarias y no me dejé de avanzarle a la historia principal. Ahorita no sé ni qué ando haciendo, tengo un chorro de cosas que hacer aquí en el juego y me puse a hacer cualquier cosa menos lo que debería hacer.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a block obscure, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black block, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way. Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Dice, sí, en el mensaje se retrasa es porque estoy en mi celular o el internet no es satisfactorio. Ayer fue viernes 13, deberías haber jugado un juego de terror. Fíjate que no me di cuenta yo ya hasta en la noche que estaba escuchando un podcast en el que estaba participando Conrad y Joker. Me di cuenta que era viernes 13, no se me ocurrió. Igual tengo pensado jugar algún juego con algo de terror durante el mes de octubre y noviembre tal vez. Bueno, si me lo acabo muy rápido el de en octubre, pues empiezo otro. Si no, nada más uno durante octubre y noviembre. Pero, mira, me falta esta otra.
This trap's not too hard to spot once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Or nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. I'm just glad we haven't found some poor cat trapped in one of these.
Dice, interesante, hizo yo, pero sí, durante el mes de octubre quiero poner algo, sí, jugar algo de terror.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
Sí, yo creo que sí, se me hace que me voy a ir por uno de pixel art tuyo, tienes toda la razón. Recuerdo que hace mucho jugué un juego que era muy del estilo de una película de terror, muy del estilo de Viernes 13. Y no saqué el final bueno. También podría volver a jugar ese, pero es un juego un poco, no diría que feo, pero sí lo hicieron hace muchos años, entonces no está no tiene, gráficamente no está tan bonito y le falta, así como que le falta pulir el juego, le faltan mecánicas o algunas cosas. Estaba muy entretenido, pero no sé si ese que te estoy platicando ahorita, que es básicamente como una película de Viernes 13 en juego. Y también tengo otro que es una aventura acción RPG, que es también pixel art. Ahí voy a ver qué juego. Voy a verlos los dos para ver cuál me convence más de jugar. Y también quería entrarle al Resident Evil porque nunca lo he jugado completo. También tengo ganas de jugarlo.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
¿Tú cómo vas con tu curso tuyo?
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
My dad and mom are both half civilized.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
The world turns as fast as it was.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? A precinct, yes. A police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy, and the air tastes sour to breathe. Oh God, Harry. Oh God, Harry. What did you do? No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across a canal. People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off. That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one.
Ah, sí, Joker, te presento a Mapa. Bueno, les presento a Mapa. Los gatitos todavía no tienen nombre. No se me vayan a morir, ¿verdad? Antes de que crezcan. Pero a la gata sí le puse nombre. Ahorita, de hecho, están. Bueno, uno está jetón, y otros dos están medio comiendo. Pues la gata se llama Mapa.
Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Hasta mañana hago directo. Ok, ok. Me dijo el nego que ahorita estaban ahí en el Discord platicando.
Yes.
No.
Let's go take a look.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party. I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one, you're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
Sí, estaba dando consejos cómo hacerle el amor a un árbol. ¿A qué pedo yo creo con eso? Dice yo, vacaciones solo en diciembre. Ah, ok, entonces, o sea, es todo el año, dura todo el año el curso y en diciembre te dan vacaciones y empiezas otra vez en enero el curso.
Makes sense. This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. It is, isn't it? History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe. partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
No tengo puta idea qué pasó.
Nothing has changed.
Joker, nah, una broma. Me está explicando cómo mejorar el YouTube. Había cosas que se me pasaron por alto. ¿A quién les... te estaba ¿Tú estabas explicando, Joker? ¿O te estaba explicando alguien a ti? Oye, el que nada más no le pone atención al chat es Metro Rocklight, ¿verdad? Yo pasé hoy pasé un rato por el stream que hizo en la mañana. Y no, ni en cuenta del chat. Totalmente ignorado, me dejó en visto. No, ni en visto me dejó siquiera. No sé si ya después que acabó el stream al menos leyó el chat. ¿Por dónde chingados me regreso?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help?
El nego me está explicando. Ah, ok. Ay, güey. Bueno, yo creo que aquí voy a dejar el stream de Disco Elysium por hoy. Lo voy a dejar aquí, porque si no me voy a regresar a donde tengo que ir y voy a empezar a tener que fumarme otras quests.
The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying and whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Vamos a ver mi nuevo hogar. Ya no tengo que estar pagando 20 reales diarios a ese pinche ratero.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Vamos a afeitarnos.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face, despite the...
Ya, uno no hace... Cuando uno se rasura no hace tanto pedo.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen in a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. This could have been you. This could still be you. A down on his luck nobody, trying to survive. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
The bed is comforting, if a bit...
Mira debajo de los tablones, pero ¿de cuáles tablones?
On the table, you see a boat.
Es medio boludo ese, vi que le estabas explicando ahí, pero hay que ver qué diablos quiere hacer, porque así no lo va a ver nadie si no habla. Sí, pues es que si no eres... No, si ni siquiera... hasta la gente que es speedrunner o se interactúa con el chat, no sé... Digo, no sé cuál sea... Como dices tú, pues quién sabe cuál sea su objetivo también, ¿verdad? Digo, pero pues ya se le dio el consejo. Si lo quiere tomar, pues muy bien. Si no, pues ni modo. No pasa nada. Digo, a lo mejor él nada más quiere estar jugando y haciendo stream. No sé. Digo, no pasa nada por ese lado. Digo, ya el consejo ya se le dio. No se puede hacer. Es como yo, que ya me dijeron, deja de jugar Disco Elysium. Si no lo quiero dejar de jugar, ya pues ya no pueden hacer nada por mí. Pero bueno, yo por lo pronto aquí termino el stream. Y muchas gracias a todos los que pasaron. Estuvo DT, llegó bien temprano. El Nego pasó un rato. Sammy también estuvo aquí pasando a saludar. Red estuvo un buen rato aquí acompañándome mientras estaba haciendo sus ilustraciones. Y Joao, que llegaste, no tal vez tan temprano, pero llegaste y eso siempre se agradece. Y pues tú también, Joker, muchas gracias por pasar aquí de repente a saludar. Yo creo que voy a descansar un rato y como en unas 3 horas prendo stream, pero ya de algo más relax. 2 o 3 horas, en 3 horas máximo prendo stream otra vez. No sé si vayas a andar todavía despierto, Joker. Ya va a ser tarde para ti yo también. Pero si andan despiertos, pues aquí ahí les paso el link en el chat otra vez. Bueno, les paso el link ahí en el Discord, por si quieren pasar, pues ya algo más retro, más light. Dice, por lo menos si te viene a ver el que te pidió jugarlo. Sí, hoy pasó un rato, Sammy, estuvo un rato aquí. Dale, ahí estaré. Ya está, Joker. Bueno, déjame, voy a descansar un rato y a cenar. Mientras voy a andar ahí en el strip de Lady. A ver cómo le va con Resident Evil. Carlos está en directo. Ah, pues vamos con Carlos entonces. Vamos ahí al chat de Carlos. Ahí te leo en el chat de Carlos, Joker. Vamos para allá. Joao, no sé si todavía estás aquí, pero ahí, si no, ahí te paso el canal de Carlos también, por si quieres ir ahí con nosotros. Bueno, nos vemos más al rato.